I call this meeting of the Northeast Independent School District to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. This board will now adjourn into executive session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, private consultation with the board's attorney, 551.072, discussing purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. Texas Government Code Section 551.074 to discuss personnel or hear complaints against personnel, and 551.076 discussion regarding security devices or security audits, and the time is 5:31 p.m. The board will now convene an open session, and the time is 7:14 p.m. Thank you all for your patience. Item 4, oh, that's me. Welcome to the board president. I just did. No, I haven't. On behalf of the trustees, I'd like to welcome you to this evening's meeting of the Northeast ISD School Board. This is a business meeting of the board held in public. We appreciate your attendance and request your respectful attention. We welcome your comments during matters from the floor section of the agenda. If you signed up to address a specific agenda item, you will be called at that time. I'd like to remind everybody that it's the mission of Northeast to challenge and encourage each student to achieve and demonstrate academic excellence, technical skills, and responsible citizenship. Item number 5, invocation and pledge of allegiance. We have A, Jackson Middle School, Miss Denise Hinchman.
Good evening, Mr. President, board members, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests. My name is Denise Hinchman, and I am the proud principal of Jackson Middle School. I am honored tonight to introduce 2 outstanding students from my campus. It's my pleasure to introduce first, Savannah Hughes. Savannah, will you please stand? Savannah is joined tonight by her mom and dad, Jen and Daryl Hughes. Will you please stand as well to be recognized? Thank you. You can see this. Savannah is an outstanding 8th grader who is enrolled in a rigorous course load. This includes GT courses in algebra and ELAR with honors American history and science. She is the president of the Jackson Advanced Band as well as in the jazz band. Savannah is also a part of our athletics program. In her free time, she likes to write songs, read, and exercise. In the future, Savannah hopes to be a federal detective legal agent. That's her plan A. Our second student is Ricardo Rivera Hernandez. Will you please stand, Ricardo? He is joined by his mom, Maria Guadalupe Hernandez. Would you also stand? Ricardo is also an exceptional 8th grader who is taking high school level courses as well as honors classes. Ricardo is a proud member of our Jackson Advanced Band and the Jazz Band. He recently earned a spot in the district Spanish spelling bee and represented Jackson well. He competes with the Jackson UIL on Saturdays, and his future is so bright, but not yet planned. So please give me, Savannah will go ahead and come up and do the invocation.
Good evening, Mr. President, board members, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests. Will everybody please bow your heads as we begin this important meeting? Let us pause for a moment of reflection and intention. We ask for clarity and wisdom for all gathered here, so that every discussion and decision may be guided by what is truly best for our students and the future of our school district. May our time together be marked by respectful dialogue, shared commitment, and a spirit of unity. We are grateful for the dedication and tireless service you provide to our community. We feel the significance of the work you undertake tonight. In your name we pray, amen.
Legislature. Do I have to say it? Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The pledge to our Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one indivisible.
Savannah and Ricardo, yeah, thank you very much. If y'all want to come forward, take a picture with Ms. Villarreal and Dr. Micah, and Ms. Hinchman come up too. Thank you all for being here. We really appreciate it, and thank you for hanging out for a little bit longer than we intended. So you're welcome to leave. You can stay if you want to, if you have a civic project that you have to stay here, but you are more than welcome to take off. So thank you all very much. Item 6, recognitions. A, President's comments and acknowledgement of special calendar events. We don't, well, other than Christmas or Hanukkah or Kwanzaa, whatever you celebrate, we do have that coming up. I'm sure everybody's looking forward to a couple-week break. I also wanted to acknowledge and recognize a colleague that everybody lost last week. Last week, Mr. Todd Coleman, who was Director of Employee Relations for our district. I know he meant a lot to a lot of people, and we, as a board, we send our condolences to the family and friends and loved ones that knew Todd. So he will be missed. Sorry, moving on. Item 7, matters from the floor. Trustees welcome comments from members of the public during this time of the meeting. Generally, board members do not respond to public comments during the meeting, although members may request further information or a future agenda item on a matter raised during public comment. As explained fully in the board's written procedures for this time, the matters from the floor portion is a limited public forum. Accordingly, speakers may present on a topic related to district business for up to 3 minutes, but are not permitted to make 1, personal complaints about an individual staff or board member that should be raised during using the district's grievance policies. 2, a personnel action. 3, a student disciplinary matter. 4, a complaint about a particular student. 5, pending litigation. Any person who persists in speaking on these topics after being directed not to do so will lose the remainder of their time to speak and may lose their privilege of addressing the board at future meetings. If you sign up to speak on a specific agenda item, you will be called up when the board reaches that item. We also welcome written comments at any time, either through email at board@neisd.net or by mail, care of the Superintendent's Office at 8961 Tesoro Drive, 6th floor, San Antonio, Texas, 78217. Our Secretary, Ms. Lisa Thompson, will call your number and keep the time.
Number 1.
And if you want to wait to speak, you're more than welcome to. Okay, we just didn't know if you wanted to, so we'll move on.
Number 2.
Thank you. President Byer, members of the board, Dr. Micah, I'm Tom Cummins, representing teachers and support personnel for Northeast AFT. A continuing concern of teachers is paperwork. As I'm sure you know, this has been going on for many years without relief. Paperwork takes away from the teacher's time with their students. Besides the time, it frustrates the teacher as there is so much redundancy. And it is work that oftentimes should be done by someone who is not in the classroom. Also, information that is inputted in one program is not recognized in another. So eventually the same information has to be re-entered again. We will continue working to reduce paperwork in individual schools, but that work is slow. However, we continue to do it, but there is a role the board should play. Under School Board Policy BAA Legal, entitled, quote, Board Legal Status, Duties and Powers, unquote, in the section titled Specific Powers and Duties, it states, quote, the school board, shall limit redundant requests for information and the number and length of written reports that a classroom teacher is required to prepare. The board shall review paperwork requirements imposed on classroom teachers and transfer to existing non-instructional staff a reporting task that can be reasonably be accomplished by that staff, unquote. This is from the Texas Education Code 11.164 and is also included in Board Policy DLB Legal. I'd like to emphasize that this action is in the list of board duties that say, quote, shall, unquote, not in the subsequent list that says, quote, may, unquote. As teachers struggle against outside duties limiting their engagement with their students, please act to take this step to free up their time. Thank you very much. Happy holidays. We'll see you next year.
Thank you. Item 8, matters from executive session. A, personnel including but not limited to administrative appointments pursuant to Government Code Section 551.074. 1, possible action regarding routine personnel including but not limited to administrative appointments. No action. 2, possible action regarding proposed recommendation for termination of Chapter 21 probationary contract employee. No action. 3, possible action regarding proposed recommendation for termination of Chapter 21 term contract employee. Do I have a motion to approve as presented to us?
So moved.
Thank you, Mrs. Villarreal. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Cox. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 6-0. In the interest of the order of this, if anybody has any objections, I'm going to move to number 5 next. Possible action regarding resignation of superintendent. Do I have a motion to accept Dr. Micah's resignation effective March 31st, 2026, with January 12th, 2026, his last work day? Upon the effective date of resignation, all compensation and allowances will continue through March 31st. Any accrued leave will be calculated by Human Resources per district policy and in accordance with the superintendent's contract. Do I have a
So
motion?
moved.
Thank you, Ms. Landry. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Chidgey. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 6-0. I want to say, Dr. Micah, thank you for your service. It's been a pleasure. You still have one more meeting, so you can't go anywhere. But I think we all have appreciated your candor and your guidance and your recommendations over the years. So, thank you. And did you have? Sorry. We have one board member who was not able to be present tonight, but she did want to, I think, say something. She sent a quick written statement about Dr. Micah.
Thank you. So this is from Ms. Shelton. Thank you for your leadership, counsel, commitment to our community, students, faculty, staff, and parents. Thank you for pushing boundaries and leaning into innovation. I appreciate every conversation, especially the ones where we did not agree. Yours is a very difficult job that you made look easy. I was personally hoping we would have you a little longer, but understand why now is the time for you. I would ask that you transfer as much of your institutional knowledge to our interim and team through documentation, conversations, and introductions to the people that partner with our great system. Best of luck to you and Karen.
Thank you. We'll see you again next month. Go ahead.
I do want to just say thank you. The job of a superintendent, our district is bigger than some cities, small towns, and you have navigated some very difficult waters. COVID, we have successfully closed 3 schools. That was very, very difficult. You navigated that so well. And it was hard, and it was a lot of criticism, and you held us and your team to a high standard of making sure we took care of all the kids and all the teachers, and I appreciated that. And then a bond. So I appreciate, and I worked with you, and I know how committed and passionate you are. So I wish you nothing but the best in the future.
You got something? Ms. Villarreal?
Well, as I've already had this discussion, I'm really upset that Dr. Micah is leaving us. I feel like he has huge, or whoever we choose as our interim and then our ultimate superintendent has huge shoes to fill. And I personally think he's one of the greats. And it's heartbreaking that he's made this decision, and I know that he and his wife are going to go on and do great things, but he will be missed. So thank you, Dr. Micah. We appreciate you.
All right. Well, Dr. Micah, would you like to say something?
You're welcome. Hey, y'all, look, and I'll say some more in January, but honestly, and I've said this, Ms. Hurd, I say your name all the time, so I figure I've got to call it out now. But we were talking earlier, y'all, and she had the fortune, or I don't know, the dubious honor that you worked with me, right, as a principal. But I told her, as a principal, I've been in leadership now 24 years. Folks, I don't get anywhere without great people. And there are a lot of great people in this audience. And there are great people to my right. That's what makes the system work. I will tell you, nobody needs to tell me to leave institutional knowledge. That's who I am. I'm just going to give it to them. I want this district to continue to go on. And look, this wasn't a decision that was taken lightly. But I have my family and I say my family, I'm sure my wife's watching. We have always put my career first. It's time for me to put my family first. And it's just that simple. There's nothing nefarious going on here other than a guy that's time to put his family first. And that's what it's about. I'm looking forward to spending time with her and traveling. And Allie, if you're watching, no, you can't move home. Your mom and I are fine without you. And Jackson, that goes for you too. Go get your own house. But that's what this is about. I've known my wife. We have been together since I was 14 years old. Like I often joke, BC isn't before Christ, it's before Karen. I don't remember that world. And we just want to spend more time together. Sometimes I wonder why she wants to spend time with me, but apparently she does. So that's what we're going to do. And, I know that no matter what, the good people that are here that help me run this system every day are going to stay here, and they're committed as ever. Things change. I wrote a whole dissertation on this stuff. If you look at the Bible, according to the Bible, time began with the words, "Let there be light," right? And ever since then, change is inevitable. This is just yet another one. But I have no doubt the great people here are going to keep making it happen. So thank you.
Thank you. I know he loves platitudes and recognition, so.
My favorite.
All right, we're going to go back to item 4, discussion and possible action to name interim superintendent. Does somebody have the privilege of moving to name Mr. Anthony Jarrett as interim superintendent for NEISD effective January 13th, 2026?
So moved.
Thank you, Mrs. Thompson. Do I have a second?
Second.
We'll give that one somewhere down
Marcia.
the lane. Mrs. Landry. Thank you, Mrs. Landry. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 6-0. Mr. Jarrett, on behalf of the board, we want to welcome you on January 13th, and thank you for stepping up and being willing to kind of continue the good things that are going on in this district. So, congratulations. And so, in February, end of January, you're gonna have your first board meeting. So that'll be good. No. So again, thank you for the conversations, and thank you for looking at continuing the good things that are going on here. So we're looking forward to it. Next item B, purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property pursuant to Government Code Section 551.072. 1, possible action regarding lease of portion of Wilshire Elementary School to Bexar County Sheriff's Office. Do I have a motion to approve as presented to us?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Villarreal. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 6-0. Item 9, presentations. A, intruder detection audit. Dr. Micah.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we discussed in the back, there were 9 schools since the last board meeting that we had visited by TEA. 7 of those schools were clean. We did have 2 schools with a finding. I want to remind all of our staff in the district, we went on a campaign last year with Ms. Chancellor's folks about click it, close. Folks, it takes no time and energy to turn around and make sure the door is closed behind you. I need you to do that. It's our first line of defense, but it's the most important, that we make sure our doors are closed. So those items have been addressed, and we will continue to push that in our campuses.
Item B, Northeast Educational Foundation Annual Report to the Board of Trustees 2024-2025 fiscal year. Ms. Casey Navin.
All right. Good evening, President Byer, members of the board, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests. My name is Casey Navin, and as of this past May, I'm the new executive director for the Northeast Educational Foundation, and I am here tonight to present our annual 2024-2025 report to you all. So thank you for this opportunity to be here with you this evening. All right, so our NEEF team is small but mighty. We have with us tonight, if she wouldn't mind standing, Christy Moreno. She's our community relations specialist. We also have Brooklyn Dominguez, who is not able to be here tonight. She's our development coordinator. And they are a small team, but we work very hard together. And we are also honored to work alongside and with, and we're led by our board of directors who volunteer countless hours supporting our mission, making sure that our mission is met year after year. And we have, within our 33-member board, we have 9 executive staff members, and they oversee our committees, which meet monthly. I'm extremely honored tonight. We have 3 of them with us. If they wouldn't mind standing, we have Larry Bach, who is our board secretary. We also have Fred Morrison, our board member, and board member Tony Hasso. So thank you again for being with us tonight. Like I said, they dedicate countless hours to making sure that our mission is met. And everything that you are going to see this evening, we couldn't do without them. So we're truly grateful for you all and for all of our board. Our board chairwoman is Kimberly Prater, and unfortunately, we wish her well. She fell ill this morning, so she's unable to be with us this evening. So we hope she's getting better. There's a lot going on out there. So before we dive into our annual report, I'd like to begin with our mission, which is to seek revenues to support projects and programs that enhance the basic required curriculum and broaden the range of our NEISD students' educational experience. I like to refer to our mission as our why. It's our compass that drives the work that we do every single day for the benefit of our students. Our mission, bless you, our mission also drives the strategic financial decisions that we make on a regular basis, led by our treasurer, Sandy Winkley, as well as our finance committee, and we meet monthly, and they, again, dedicate countless hours to make sure that we're making the right decisions for our district. This leads us to our annual financial report. We are audited annually by an external auditing company. This report that you're seeing today was presented to us by ADKF accounting firm, and we're excited to report that from June 2024 to June 2025, our annual assets, including our investments, increased over $300,000, leaving us with total liabilities and net assets of $2,447,390. This report can be found on our website, as well as you all have a published copy for you today. And our full audit in 990 can also be found on our website, and full audit can be submitted upon request. When it comes to NEEF's impact, this past year, we were able to give back $457,000 to the District of NEISD. This included $8,500 we gave back in Teacher of the Year grants. It included $7,500 in new teacher grants. We are also proud to say that we grossed at our annual gala $308,000. We grossed $122,000 at our golf tournament, which helped make all of this possible. And then last but not least, we're very excited to say that we gave back $273,000 in the form of student impact grants. When it comes to student impact grants, the purpose of our grant program is to financially support classroom teachers in bringing creative, groundbreaking, and non-traditional resources and activities to the students of Northeast. We open up our grants window, our submission application window. We open that up in November, and it is open through February, the end of February. And then we have a grants committee that spends countless hours coming together between April and May selecting our award recipients for these grants. And then we go out to the campuses and what we call our grants tour in August and September, and we present these awards. And I do want to take this time to thank you, our Board of Trustees. I know that in the past you have joined us all, and you continue to join us and came with us this year. And we're so thankful that you take the time and you're dedicated and you support NEEF, and we enjoy you having you as part of that experience. So thank you for that. We're greatly appreciative. So this past year, we funded a total of 31 grants. 23 went to elementary, 2 went to middle school, 5 high school, and 1 went to athletics. These grants, while they were funded in 2024, 2025, they are coming to life currently this year. So we're excited to share this experience with you all next year, and we hope that you'll be able to attend the grant tours again this coming year. Because we want to increase our grant opportunities for the students of Northeast and our teachers, we have a 2025-2026 grant strategic action plan that I'd like to share with you. Our plan was to provide grant writing support and to increase application submission opportunities. This past November, we provided 2 district-wide virtual grant writing trainings to include ongoing supplemental support. We felt it was important for our staff and teachers to know a face behind NEEF. We wanted them to know that they were supported, and we wanted them to know that we were here to help them along the way. We also, in November, we increased our student impact grant submissions from 2 per campus to 3 per campus. So we're real excited about that, including our magnet programs. In the past, magnet schools submitted 1 per campus, but we felt that they should be able to submit just as many as our other campuses, so 3 for them as well, and we're excited to receive their submissions this year. We have noticed the past couple of years that there has been a downward trend in our donations. You can see that we went from a little over $789,000 down to $756,000. While we feel some of this is due to economic fluctuations, we did see that this has been a downward trend across the board, even beyond our foundation. We saw that our Big Give donations, which is a South Texas regional campaign, that has gone down the past couple of years. United Way has gone down past couple of years. And so we've been talking about how we can advance NEEF's mission and impact in order to address some of this. So we're real excited to share with you tonight. These are our current 2025-2026 active strategic implementations that we've been working hard as a NEEF team and with our board of directors this year. The first thing we are doing is we're expanding NEEF's impact across the NEISD community. We are real excited, and we hope you will all save the date. We have an inaugural 5K and Wellness NEISD community event called Footsteps for Education. This will be May 9th of 2026. We're partnering with the NEISD Office of Employee Benefits, and we recognize that gala and golf are somewhat exclusive. We recognize that not everybody can go to a gala, not everybody plays golf, including myself. And so we wanted to expand those opportunities. We wanted to engage our NEISD students, our families, and the broader district community. We're excited too because we hope that it will diversify our donors and our community partners while it's creating additional fundraising opportunities. Secondly, we are raising NEEF's awareness and impact across the district through prioritizing campus and district visibility. We're doing ongoing NEEF mission presentations. I want to thank all of our principals as they have been graciously welcoming us on their campuses. We know that staff or time with staff is precious. They have welcomed us on their campuses, and so we thank them for that. We have been also working hard with our board of directors, and they've been amazing in the fact that they are joining our cluster PTAs. That way we have NEEF board representation on all of our PTAs. We're making that connection with our local campus PTAs, and so we're extremely grateful for our board members for that. We are igniting our campus NEEF ambassadors, which we call NEEF chiefs, on every campus. We're having monthly meetings with them, and they have been leading the way and keeping that connection and support between us and campuses. And we're also reigniting our Friends of NEEF, which is a volunteer-based program for anyone and everyone who wants to join the impact with us as a foundation and spread the impact for our students. We are also increasing social media platforms and percentages, which I'll speak a little more to in a minute. But last but not least, this is something we're real excited and proud of. We are actively working on NEEF's policy distribution plan for the first time for 2026-2027. We have been working together with our development committee, and this year we changed our permanent investment fund, which is an interest-bearing long-term account for our sustainability. We changed that from a goal of reaching $5 million before distributing more money to our students of NEISD to $2.5 million. We recognized that $5 million was a long stretch, and we weren't sure how many of us would be here when we hit that $5 million, and we wanted to be sure we were giving back to our students sooner. So we did vote to change that to $2.5 million. So with that being said, right now we are in the process of meeting monthly. We're creating a generous 2026-2027 annual distribution model for the benefit of our students, and this is going to become part of our policies, processes, and procedures manual. So more to come on that, and we're real excited to begin giving back to our students. All right, as I mentioned, we are also expanding NEEF's social media platforms and engagement. I know when I took this job, I was hearing from a couple of campuses, well, we didn't know what NEEF was. And so again, we're trying to spread that impact. We want to make sure that people know a face behind NEEF. We want to make sure they know our board members. And as I mentioned earlier in our plan, we're working hard at that. We are increasing our social media platforms, and since August, our Facebook activity has increased over 1,000%. Our Instagram activity has increased over 2,000%. And in an effort to reach trending audiences, we also launched our TikTok platform in September. So we're excited about that. And I do want to, give a shout out to Aubrey Chancellor and our communications department, as we've been working closely with them, partnering with them, and we are sharing each other's activity and making sure that we're boosting all the activity out there so that we are expanding our engagement. So thank you to Aubrey Chancellor and the communications department. They've been awesome. All right, so as we conclude, I just wanted to share with you our 2023-2024 Student Impact Grants in Action. This is a compilation of all of our grants, short and sweet, but we hope you will enjoy this. As you can see, it's truly all about our students. Our students, they are our why. They drive our mission. They drive what we do on a daily basis. And we couldn't do it without all of your support. Thank you again to our Board of Trustees. Thank you for your support, for Dr. Micah, for our executive staff, and for our board members. Because again, we couldn't do what we do without them. And I'm sure you all, or I know you all know as the Board of Trustees, the amount of hours that go in volunteering. And we're just truly thankful. So thank you all. Thank you for your time tonight and for this opportunity. And I'm here to take any questions if needed.
Thank you, Ms. Navin. Appreciate it. Thank you to the board members that are here with you. Anybody have any questions? Ms. Cox?
I don't have a question, just a couple comments. I think the strategic implementations are great. I love the idea of the 5K. I think that'll bring out a whole, like you said, a whole different population. And also having board members join PTAs. I think that also really helps to expand your reach. And I can say I had the opportunity to be part of the Let's Go Green Screen at Civil Green with their morning messages, and it's a really great program. So thank you very much for that. The kids they were doing a great job, and we had a lot of fun.
Awesome.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd say I would reiterate that having seen that NEEF for the better part of 10 years as being part of the organization before I came up here, and also seeing it from this seat, I think you all are making the right steps in the right direction, and I think that look forward to getting more money back into the schools. I think that's going to be fantastic because that's where we need to put it. So anybody else have any questions or comments? All right. Well, thank you very much for being here. Thank you, board members, for being here as well. I appreciate everybody's work.
Thank you.
Item 10, superintendent comments. Dr. Micah.
Thank you, Mr. President. So as some board members know, Johnson football made it to region finals in San Marcos. Unfortunately, they lost, but what an incredible season for the Jags. Last week, we had 71 students graduate from our Academy of Creative Education. Ms. Thompson was able to come out with us. These students are often facing some pretty steep odds, yet continue to excel and cross the graduation stage. Once again, we are extremely proud of them. The inaugural Parsons Capture the Flag event was recently held at the JW Marriott. It's a sort of cyber defense competition. 24 teams competed in the first ever event. Team 2 from ICSI won the entire competition. Our other ICSI teams captured 2nd, 3rd, and 5th. So basically, we won everything. Also, you may have seen Stone Oak Elementary 5th grade teacher Rosa Carrillo recently won a Ken's 5 Excel Award. She's dedicated 25 years to teaching, and we are so thankful for her passion and dedication to our kids. And last but not least, our MacArthur Pals recently raised $3,000 during the annual Brahma Bash and donated it to the Thrive Well Cancer Foundation. Always great to see our students making such a great impact in our communities. That is all, Mr. President.
Very good. Good stuff to hear going into the holidays. So thank you for that. Item 11, board business. A, possible action regarding 2026 Bear Appraisal District Board of Directors corrected notice of 2025 voting entitlements. You all received this in your packet, and the short of it is, I guess, the county apparently incorrectly calculated the number of votes that each entity gets to place towards appointments on the appraisal district. And so we used to have, I think it was like 5,000 votes or a couple thousand votes, and now it's 244 votes. Our percentage within the county did not change as a taxing entity. I am not entirely sure. We nominated Mr. John Fisher for our appointment to the board. My understanding is that he still has a position on the board, and that what we have in front of us is we're allowed to place our votes for, or allocate our votes for somebody else. There's 1 or 2 positions that are up for this one of the spots, because they had to go on rotating terms with the election that happened in the last year. And so in talking to Mr. Fisher, he had suggested that Dr. Ralph Barksdale, who is currently on the appraisal district, is somebody that even if for some reason Mr. Fisher is not on the board, he recommended that we support Dr. Barksdale as part of this. And so I guess I would recommend that. If anybody has any questions or would like to offer anything else, I'm happy to listen to it. Ms. Landry?
And are we allowed to offer another nomination?
Not at this point, no.
No, so we're
So-
only restricted to the ballot.
We're restricted to the ballot. That's my understanding, is that, yeah, we're restricted to the ballot at this point. Now, again, as this thing gets into the kind of rotating positions that they have now with the election, and that my assumption is this will be coming back to us within the next year or two for another nomination, but I'm not 100% clear on that at this point. So the vote today would be to either put our votes towards one of these candidates, split our votes between the candidates, or not allocate our votes at all. And so, after talking to Mr. Fisher, he has had a working relationship with Dr. Barksdale, and so I thought that might be a good opportunity to support that, somebody that's advocated on behalf of the entire county. So that's my recommendation, but again, if anybody else has another name on this list, we can certainly talk about it.
What are the positives about this Barksdale?
I don't know the person, I don't know him personally. I know he has been on the appraisal district for a number of years. And Mr. Fisher was able to provide, he said if he, for some reason, is not able to continue, that he would throw his support behind Dr. Barksdale. Again, we don't have to allocate our votes to anything necessarily, but if we are, it seemed like Dr. Barksdale would be the one to put our votes behind.
In the past, when we've done this and we had the ballot, we were given brief resumes for each of the candidates. You didn't receive anything?
No. Bear County did not provide any of that information to any of us. And so, and of course, we have until the 15th to make to do this. It came to us in the timing of our meetings, because I think it came to us at some point, and then they had to rescind that because they had calculated things incorrectly. And so there were some entities that apparently cast their ballot and now have to go back and redo it because the county incorrectly calculated the number of votes.
So this this person that you spoke with,
Mm-hmm.
who said that he was recommending that we throw our weight behind this Barksdale person.
Mm-hmm.
What was his opinion? You know, can you give us any information on why he was saying that he thought that this was a good idea? Mr. Fisher's response to me was that this gentleman, I know this sounds weird, attends all the meetings, because I don't think everybody on the board attends all the meetings. But he has worked with him for the last several years. He, in his opinion, has been fair and just in how he's evaluated the information that has come before him on the appraisal district. And, you know, has just sort of represented the county in a whole and not necessarily one specific spot. That was a conversation. I don't have any other specifics beyond that. Any other questions? All right. Well, if not, I'd like to make a motion to, hang on a second. Let me make sure, I don't know if I have to. I'd make a motion to allocate the NEISD votes towards Dr. Ralph Barksdale for the Bear Appraisal District Board of Directors. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Chidgey. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Thank you, Ms. Landry. Motion passes 5-1. Item B, discussion and possible action to release documents from Texas Education Agency related to House Bill 1481 Corrective Action Plan. As you all are aware, with policy FNCE local related to the cell phone bill, as everybody calls it. The item before you today is simply the discussion and possible action related to releasing the documents that TEA has sent to us at this point. Any communication between us and TEA up into until we vote on it, that is confidential information, although there is an allowance for us as a record vote to, or as a vote as a board to release that, to be available to the public. At this point, does anybody have any questions or comments related to that? This is not a discussion about the policy itself. That will be coming before us probably in the next month. We have been given an extension to the end of January to have that discussion. So in the meantime, do I have a motion?
David, I'm sorry, just
Oh,
one question.
go ahead, Ms. Cox.
Publicly, where would that information be? Where would people find that?
The information would be housed at the district, and at this point would be available via open records request. That's the only mechanism we have at this point. Now we're allowed to discuss, and if anybody has a suggestion that they want it released specifically to somebody or to the location, we can talk about that. But at this point, I think the intent would be just to make it available to the public, but it would have to be through an open records request. Any other questions? Okay, if not, do I have a motion to make the documents from Texas Education Agency related to House Bill 1481 correction plan available to the public?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Chidgey. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Villarreal. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 6-0. Item 12, new business for possible board action. A, board policy. 1, possible action regarding board policy update 126, number 1. Dr. Micah.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, what I want to explain to you is update 126 is a massive update. And so executive staff and I, what we did, I don't know why I got a new phone, and that's what happens, Mr. Byer. Nothing works right. There might be, Ms. Chidgey, a map. So when update 126 came in, as you all know, legal is legal. That's the law, right? But when we took a look at all of the different local codes that were impacted, what I made a decision to do was break it up into chunks so there wasn't so much for you all to consume. And so what we bring to you this evening is the first part of update 126. There's going to be another update, potentially 1, maybe 2, with parts, but this evening, so my point is not everything is in here. It's just a portion of it that's impacting local codes. My staff is here to answer any questions that you may have regarding those codes. Because remember, the 89th session, like 800 bills were passed. So this is TASB catching up. But again, if you'll remember, the law doesn't wait, right? They're just catching up now. Okay?
I think with that, like we did with update 125, I'll just start with the first one and we'll go through, and if anybody has any questions or comments or corrections for consideration, then we can go that route. So with that, we will start with BE local. If anybody has any comments related to BE local. What? Okay, seeing no questions there, we'll move on to BED local. All right, moving on for that one. CJ local. Ms. Cox?
Just one question. A district contractor, is that a district employee?
A contractor is outside. So it's somebody coming in. A district contractor is prohibited. So no district employee shall assist a contractor or agent of the district. So a district contractor is somebody we've hired from the outside to come in and work.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, thank you.
That's what it is. It's not somebody we contracted with to come in and do some work. Is the best way I can describe it. It's not really an employee, but even then you still can't do this stuff because the law prohibits even contractors from doing it. So the best I could give you is maybe a speaker comes in. We've hired a speaker. They are a contracted service. They come in and they've started to do some of this. Well, they can't do it either. All right? The law prohibits it.
That gives you answer. Okay. Next is CJA. It's a short one. Yeah, yeah, and you'll see some of these again that I don't know why it happens, but they'll cross out the word and put the same word in its place, so just, all right, the next one is CLE, Ms. Landry.
Yes, so this one's really short. Is this currently our process, and are all of our campuses, do they do the pledge daily?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, yeah. The pledges are done every day. Yes.
Okay, so do we already have flags in each classroom? And
We do.
okay,
Yeah.
all right.
And this edition allowed for instance, like the 10 Commandments and some of the other pieces that need to be displayed by law. That's where they open this up for required displays.
Okay, but we're not doing that yet.
That one, not yet.
That's correct, because remember, we're part of a lawsuit that has an injunction.
Gotcha.
But
Okay.
In God We Trust is another example of that.
Okay.
CV Local.
I just-
Oh, yeah, Ms. Cox, sorry.
So this confused me because I didn't know what a competitive purchasing threshold established in law was, but then I went back to legal, and in legal it says it's being changed to 100,000. Okay, all right, I'm good, thank you.
Yeah, it's currently 50, now it's moving to, oh, sorry, it was 50, now it's moving to 100,000.
So why does it say competitive purchasing threshold established in law?
Yep.
When it's 100,000?
Right, and I believe, I don't know why they chose not to continue. My hunch is, Ms. Chidgey, is it's oftentimes like when we talk about policies here, why we don't put names in, because then you have to bring it back to the board. If the law changes this language, if they moved it in 3 years to 150, you wouldn't have to change this policy. It would just spell it out, threshold established in law. So if the law changes, it just immediately becomes, rather than sitting and waiting on it like we've just done for the last, 6 months. Okay?
Any other questions? All right, next one is DBD Local. Okay, next is DEC Local. No questions on that. We'll move on to DFBB Local. I know DEC was a long one. So is everybody on DFBB? All right, does anybody have any questions? All right, move on to the next one, which is DH Local, which is Employee Standards of Conduct. No questions there. Move into, oh, hang on, let me get to it. EFA Local, which is Instructional Resources, Instructional Materials. We'll go Ms. Chidgey first and then Ms. Landry.
So when you look at, I'm on page 72. When you look at parent requests for instructional material, number 1 and 2, legal doesn't have anything like that. Why did we decide, we went so much further than what was required, And we're saying that a parent can state that the material is not aligned to district-adopted materials, or that the material does not have the appropriate rigor. I don't understand why we added that when it's not in legal. It seems like we went awfully far with that.
Yeah, so because we write local policy, we go above and beyond. And one of the things that when we adopt new materials, we actually invite our community and our families in to review that material. And we also just allow people to give us feedback on blind spots that we need to consider when adopting material. We also allow parents to opt out of materials if they feel like it doesn't align, different things like that. So really, this is just to make sure that we're partnering with the families in the sense of the materials that we're offering the kiddos. So it is not far-fetched from it, but we can go above and beyond and make it more open for our community to be involved.
So I understand you, and I respect that, and I definitely want our parents to have an opinion, but I think if you lined 10 parents up and showed them something and said, is this rigorous enough? I think a few would say it's too rigorous, some would say it's fine, and some, I don't know how they judge that. They probably judge it based on their student, maybe. I don't know. I worry about assigning parents to that responsibility.
Yeah, and so this also comes from a place that sometimes you see people will go online and see an instructional material that they think is aligned to a curriculum, so it is a supplemental resource. Those supplemental resources may not be aligned to what our district curriculum or adopted materials are. So a parent can then say, I would like to bring a concern about this instructional material that you're using, so that you consider removing that because it doesn't align. So that's why if you look at 1 and 2, is not aligned to district adopted materials, and number 2 does not have the appropriate rigor for grade level for a subject, which then a parent will have to prove based on the TEKS and the standards that that material is not in the rigorous level that it needs to be if it's an outside supplement of what we adopted as a whole district, because campuses do purchase other supplemental resources. So that's also to afford them that opportunity.
Okay.
So it only applies to supplemental? The rigor, the material does not have the appropriate rigor for the grade level. That is for supplemental resources.
It can be for supplemental, but part of our adoption process is also for community review, and they give us feedback on that as well. And so that can actually attribute to that feedback as well.
Okay.
And I don't know if Dr. Schaefer or Muskies have any additional information they want to share in regards to this.
If they don't, I think you just ask them to come up and do it anyway. So.
I think I did.
Good evening. Not necessarily additional information, but just reiterating that there are supplemental materials that teachers can choose to add in to enrich their instruction. And so for number 1, stating that the material is not aligned with district adopted materials, that provides the parents the opportunity to bring in any recommendations that they have or their concerns regarding that particular material that is not a district adopted material.
So I guess I didn't understand by the statement, may request an instructional material review. I was looking at it not as the supplemental, but as the curriculum that has been reviewed by teachers and parents and experts like yourself. So I didn't understand that it was supplemental because it doesn't say the word supplemental anymore.
And this may give you a little bit more insight. So if you look at the very top, how it says that it, develop an administrative regulation to ensure compliance, that doesn't happen until the policy is adopted. Once a local policy is adopted, then we would set the rules of administrative regulations on how to operationalize that, which may say clearly supplemental resources, may say clearly review period during instructional material adoption. So we clarify during the regulation because that's how we operationalize the practice of the policy.
Okay.
So that will come once a policy is adopted, then we create a regulation.
Ms. Landry?
Okay, so going back to page 71, number 4, says present various sides of controversial issues so that students have an opportunity to develop under guidance skills in critical analysis and in making informed judgments in their daily lives. What are the boundaries for those controversial issues? Are there boundaries, or are the teachers?
It's the TEKS. And in the TEKS, there's controversial topics. And so that's part of the learning process. And so, but even though there are the TEKS, the parents have the option to opt out of that particular subject or content if they feel like it's not something they want their child exposed to. But that's part of the learning process and in the standards, but not
Okay,
just
so-
whatever they want to.
So the TEKS is
Yes, ma'am.
what defined. Okay, that makes sense to me. And then I had one other thing, I believe, on this one. On page 73, under informal reconsideration, we have later in the process for formal request for reconsideration to provide a copy of the policy. And I would like to recommend that we provide the policy early on when there's a concern brought forward, so that the families or the community is aware of what our policy is and may prevent that from going to the next step.
Where do you want to add that?
So at the end of the first sentence, so it says, when the district or campus receives an objection to the appropriateness of an instructional material, the appropriate administrator shall try to resolve the matter informally, providing a copy of this policy.
And you're asking for that to be as an exhibit, or?
So I'm not sure what you mean by that. Later in the policy, it says formal request for reconsideration, and it says a complainant shall make any formal request to reconsider an instructional material in the form provided by the district and shall submit the completed and signed form to the principal. Upon the receipt of the form, the principal shall appoint. Okay, sorry, I read all that and it's not in that paragraph.
If I may, Mrs. Landry, I think if I'm interpreting correctly, to just blatantly say in that after that first sentence, that they are to be given a copy of this policy when at the informal, so they understand the policy and can read it and understand the process, while they're also engaging in the informal process of.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's in the second paragraph. If the complainant wishes to make a formal challenge, the administrator shall provide the complainant a copy of this policy. And so just have that preemptive.
Okay, so on the second paragraph, you would just like it to be explicit that the complainant will be given a copy of the policy. Is that what you're saying?
I just suggest that we move it to the earlier process of the
Oh, okay.
informal versus the formal, so that they're fully aware in
Okay.
advance.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
I guess, I mean, you're the board, y'all can do what you want, but because initially what you're talking about is, hey, here's one way to solve it. And if they say, no, I don't like that way, then you're going to hand them the formal challenge process, right? To me, it's like the grievance process, I guess, is we try to solve it informally, I guess, first, which is what paragraph A is, the first paragraph is talking about. And then if the parent says, no, I don't want to just opt my kid out, I think this material is inappropriate, that's when the administrator hands, here's your policy.
And the complaint form.
Right.
Right. So
Right.
if they're aware of the policy prior to escalating the complaint,
Uh-huh.
that may prevent the complaint from escalating. So just transparency, awareness of how the policy is written.
Sure.
So are you saying they walk in to have a discussion about it and you hand them the form that gives them the...
Well, as soon as they start to say, you know, I don't like this, we say, okay, here's our policy, and you can review that at your will. And, you know, what would you like to do in this situation with your child? And if they say, well, you know, what's my options? And most parents don't. And the point is, most parents don't find our policies online. Most families, most community members don't know where to go look for the policies. And I think Dr. Mike has said, you know, in the past, some people just want the desired outcome that they want. If they're aware of what our policy is around that particular item, that gives them food for thought and may give them pause before they press forward for something else.
Yeah, I was trying to look to see how that, with the paragraph we have, that if they want to make a formal challenge, then they're given a copy of the policy, but if there's a way to amend that sentence to indicate that they're made aware of the policy regardless if they are making a formal complaint or not, so that they can read if they want to. I mean, in that moment, they're meeting with the teacher, so they're not going to read it right there necessarily, but yeah.
And oftentimes from what I hear from my community is in that first meeting, there's an expectation that their needs are being met, and then days later, weeks later, whatever the case may be, they realize that the outcome isn't what they thought. So if they're fully aware of what our policy is, then they have a better understanding of what their level set on expectations.
Here's what I would offer is say when the district or a campus receives an objection to the appropriateness of an instructional material, the appropriate administrator shall try to resolve the matter informally, including providing a copy of the policy to the individual. Yep. Including, I'm trying to say, instead of making them aware.
So the next sentence says, the administrator shall explain the selection process, discuss the intended educational purposes for the instructional material, and provide a copy of this policy.
That'll work. Yeah, I like that. I mean, I don't.
Okay, I'm putting my principal hat on. So if a parent comes in, so are you saying a physical copy of this? Like I'm going to hand it to them, or like, I guess that's I'm just trying, I'm trying to go back to my principal days, right? And if this came in, I'm trying, I don't know that I'd have it because I don't think it would happen a lot. So I'm trying to think about how to operationalize this into the life of a principal so that they're able to fulfill your request. Does that make sense?
Sure, and I guess a physical copy would be sort of impossible, but that's what I'm using the word make aware, but
provide a link to, or provide and I don't know how if we even need to dictate how they provide it, as long as it's part of their checklist of something to do when they get this kind of complaint.
Point them to the policy, or make them aware that there is a policy.
Right.
Is I think the awareness part of it. Whether they go look it up or not, that's incumbent upon that individual. But I think to just say, hey, there is a policy. We're trying to work this out informally, but there is a policy, and if you need to go read it, let me know.
So, Mr. Jimenez, we're going to have to do some type of reg then, if this were to operationalize it out to a principal. I want to make sure that they understand the expectation, because make aware. I'm trying to, again, I'm thinking through, and I'm looking at you because you were a principal too.
Absolutely, and I think part of
what makes sense.
Right, and part of what this local policy is saying is that we do create a regulation to help operationalize some of that stuff. So I think that would fit perfectly in there to say, what does that look like? And how can we, because if you get this, towards the end of the year or at some point where you don't necessarily have a copy ready for you, how can we ensure that there's that checklist that you talked about to make sure that the parent's aware where to find it, or where to look for it, or here, let me make a copy, whatever it may be. But that there's an opportunity to make everyone aware, or the parent aware of the policy.
Yeah, I just don't want to,
Right.
I said it, no, you didn't, kind of,
Right.
like, that there's some formalized process to make sure that our folks know what to do.
So I guess closing that would be something, I mean, I can support you all having, because you don't want to, I can see that, you don't want to set somebody up to fail because they've now forgotten to say it or provide that opportunity to them. But as a parent, I may want to know that it's out there. So I guess if we can maybe keep that out of the actual policy and into the regulation for staff to work through, I mean, maybe we can get a copy of what that says and make sure.
Well, it's in the same policy, just a paragraph later.
But in a slightly different context, I think, if in reading that, because that indicates that you're not happy with the informal discussion, and so now, okay, here's the process to go through the formal complaint. So I think I understand the intent. I want to be careful that we're not setting somebody up to misstep inadvertently.
I think if we had language that just says awareness of policy, and then we can say C, regulation, and then that will then actually put it, what those steps are, if that makes sense. So we're still talking about the awareness. I think that's an important piece of this, and then being able to then delineate what that looks like in a regulation.
Because I think, if I recall correctly, if we do that, TASB can actually put a link right there, right? That they click on in the policy that takes them to that reg.
I believe that's the case.
Right.
That they can put a link.
Yep.
But if not, having that language there to look and then be able to then go to our regulations and then pull that up.
Does that work if we, I mean, is that?
If I'm understanding it correctly, yes.
Yeah.
So, again, my goal is awareness and,
Right.
transparency. So, and that's all I had.
Anybody else questions on EFA?
I want to back up because you said something. This written in blue isn't us. That's TASB. So when you brought up the page on 72, like we're going too far, I want you to know TASB wrote that. That's not those guys. That's TASB's recommendation. Okay? So when I heard you, I think you assumed we did that.
Because it's not legal. I mean, when
we
you go
did
to
not.
legal,
That
it's
is
not
that is
there.
TASB's language. Okay?
Okay.
That's their recommendation. All right?
I
know.
thought it was ours.
You're
right.
I just wanted to make certain I was clear with that. That's all.
So TASB went further.
Correct.
Than the
Correct.
than the legal. Usually the legal's, so tight.
Correct. So TASB obviously felt like this is what needed to be done. This is their recommendation.
I appreciate that.
All right? I'm listening.
All right. EHBAF local special education video/audio monitoring. Any questions? All right. Next one is EIA local academic achievement grading/progress reports to parents. No questions there. Next one is FA local. About the parent rights and responsibilities, parent portal. And then the last one is FFAC local, which is wellness and health services, medical treatment. I do know that this came before us in October, and I was trying to figure out the differences. We brought it back, is that correct? Because we had some edits, well, we approved it with some edits that night, so I was trying to figure out why. Did TASB make some additional recommendations?
Yes. I'm looking at Miss Lackhorn, and she says they made additional recommendations. Yep. So I think here, again, you can see here, like in the first page 81, right? Non-prescription medication upon a parent's written request when properly labeled and the original in accordance with legal requirement.
Correct.
So again, that's leaving it very broad in case future amendments come around the dispersion of medication.
But I did notice because
well, and again, if you'll recall, this kind of created some issues with nurses about dispersing of anything. So this is kind of going back in now and modifying some of that language. And again, when you put things like in accordance with legal requirement, so then you have to just fall back to law instead of trying to explain it all out. I think this board's had some of those discussions as well about, do we really need to say it if the law says it, right? Do we need to be redundant? And I think that's what they're clarifying a little bit here. I'm getting nods from the audience, so I must.
Any
must be
additional
right.
questions on FFAC? All right. If no other questions or comments, do I have a motion to approve policy update 126, number 1, as presented and with the revision to EFA local as discussed?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Landry. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you all
Mr.
for
Byer?
getting through that.
To quote a great rocker from the 80s, whoa, you're halfway there. I did that one for you, Deb. You love him, I know.
I'm not going to finish that. All right, item B, instruction and campus administration. 1, possible action regarding 2026-2027 district instructional calendar. We had one person sign up to speak. So,
Number 1.
You hear that, Dr. Mike? I'm number 1. Good evening, Dr. Micah, members of the board, executive staff, and distinguished guests. My name is Teresa Hurd, and I serve as a paraprofessional. I come before you tonight deeply concerned about the upcoming vote for the 26-27 district calendar. Recently, teachers and staff were presented with 2 options, a 175-day calendar and a 180-day calendar. We were directed to watch the informational video, participate in a faculty meeting, and then submit our vote through a link that many employees never received or had difficulty accessing. While the differences between the 2 options may appear minimal on the surface, the impact of the 175-day calendar on classified personnel is significant, as they are hourly employees who do not have a contract of 187 days like your teachers. Not all classified staff were given the opportunity to vote or have their voices heard in this important decision. This includes instructional assistants, bus drivers, bus assistants, food service workers, the very individuals who help keep our schools running safely and effectively every single day. If the district adopts the 175 calendar, many of these dedicated employees will lose an entire week's worth of pay. This loss comes at a time when the board, you, has rightfully approved raises for targeted classified groups such as your instructional assistants and bus drivers. Yet the proposed 175-day calendar would effectively reduce the benefit of that raise, undermining the support you have just now invested in us. Tonight, I ask that you carefully and thoughtfully examine both calendar options and ask the necessary questions. How many of the 8,000 employees by category actually voted? How accurately does the percentage reflect the voices of all classified employees? Does the 175 calendar affect funding for summer school programs? And if the 175 calendar is chosen, is there a way to compensate those who will be affected, perhaps through a fall and spring stipend or through paid professional development for affected classified personnel? Classified employees do not make a lot of money, and with the rising cost of living, even a week's loss of income is significant. For many, it is the difference between stability and hardship. Last year, you voted for the 180-day calendar, mainly for the funding, but imagine losing 5 days' worth of attendance funding when we are already in a deficit. I respectfully ask that you consider the financial and emotional burden this decision will place on your classified staff who serve our students with commitment and heart. We simply ask to be included, to be heard, and to be considered as you make this important decision. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have Mr. Jarrett.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board, executive staff, and guests. I would like to ask Dr. Esmeralda Munoz to come and address this agenda item.
Good evening. Tonight we bring to you our 26-27 recommendation, but before that we also have numerous steps that we have listed in our presentation so that we are aware of the entire process from start to finish. So before a calendar is designed, we survey the community, we gather their feedback on us being able to design the process from start to finish. So we are able to ask the community a variety of questions, and part of those questions were actually provided to you through the presentation. And after we receive their feedback, then we gather folks that are representative from across the district to come in and design the actual calendar. And so when we do bring in the staff, we automatically give them the information or the training behind all the requirements that the state has for us, in addition to trying to find that point of convergence, if you will, with what our community actually wants. Then in addition to that, we then move into creating those two calendars. Now in this particular case, 175 is a relatively new initiative that was actually just approved this last year in 2025. I believe it was in September. The state decided to let us know that it's not 177 and 180 anymore. The ADSI funding is now applicable to the 175-day calendar. And so the impact to summer programs actually does not exist in a 175-day calendar. So when we decided what calendars we were looking at to design, we had to be able to reach out to the community, gather their feedback, and say what they actually preferred. And so we created the two 175-day calendars, two 180-day calendars through our teams, and then we put those calendars out for vote. The top calendars then went forward to DEIC. DEIC went through the entire process. We went over all the state requirements. We went over what the committees had designed, and then they actually garnered information. We gathered information from them, and we garnered the votes with the best 175 and 180-day calendar. Then we were able to then connect back with our communications office and also our performance and accountability. Performance and plan. Is it performance and planning or research and planning? I'm sorry. There's been a difference in the title for those departments, but in this particular case, they manage the Qualtrics link. And one of the things that we have looked at is that when we are creating these calendars and sending those votes out for our staff to actually vote on, we were missing a key piece, and that was actually that specific indicator of who was submitting their vote. And so we actually partnered not only with communications to showcase the information and create the video, but we also went through our office, our research office, to be able to gather those individual votes by person to see who was actually voting for what calendar, because that was a missing piece from before. After viewing the video, the campus were to receive that Qualtrics link and cast their vote. That was going to go directly to their email after they watched the video. And then that was also in addition to a faculty meeting that the principals were going to have to go over all the information, the documents, everything that was tied to that particular design process. And then we then put that in front of our DEIC, and what was voted on is actually what is being presented to you right now. So that is basically how this entire process began. If you notice that these are actually from the platform, the charts and the graphs on the side are actually the questions that we have, and then the percentage of people who actually submitted their vote. And then the pie chart on the right-hand side, you're able to see by indicator, that's actually open-ended responses that were read. We were able to actually capture key points from what was being submitted by our community. And those were specific requests when we looked into when they wanted to start the school week, when they wanted to end the school year, so on and so forth. And so this is that chart. I know it was really, really small. We were able to gather that information and those questions, and we put them by number on the right-hand side, so you can see those items in blue. When they decided which instructional calendar option do you believe would be the most effective to support student learning, we had close to 3,000 responses at 175 days. And then when they wanted to actually prefer to start and end the year, they wanted to prefer an early August start and end before Memorial Day. Then they wanted to, what day? Because there was a time when they wanted to have a shorter week at the beginning to have kids be able to transition. So we ended up managing to bring in that start day at a Wednesday. But after experiencing that, our family said, no, we want to start at the beginning of the week to get them ready. So we had a little over 4,500 say that they wanted to start at the beginning of the week. And then also, if they wanted to have any early release to be considered for the calendar to facilitate the collaboration between teachers and student data, to be able to have that PLC process embedded, and we had almost 4,000 people respond, yes, they would want that. Then in addition to that, when I talked about the TEA required components of the 75,600 minutes, we had to be able to ensure that our days, our year of that 175 and that 180 was going to yield that amount of minutes. We had to have at least a minimum of 6 hours of teacher choice. And then we also had to be able to find ways to be able to prioritize student achievement and CCMR readiness. The components to consider, however, were what we received from the feedback. So our community said they were wanting for us to pay very close attention to holidays, to breaks, professional development days, bad weather days, and the placement of those. Considering feedback when we start and end the days, that is also that we received from the open-ended responses. And then to create balanced semesters, also not to have a very, very long semester, but to have that balance and those breaks in between. And then having those opportunities for monthly teacher and student holidays was also something that they were adamant about us sharing with the design teams. And this is actually all of the things that they were able to keep into consideration when they created both the 175 and the 180-day calendars. So in speaking about summer school, so these additional days school year funding, which is the half-day ADA that they give us for summer programming, that was initially only for a certain number of grade levels before it was pre-K 5. Not only did the state give us the option to have that option with a 170-day calendar, they also gave us additional funding that now goes from pre-K through 8. And so now we're going to receive those additional funds for up to 30 days after the end of the school year to be able to help support summer programming. And again, like I said, the base calendar in September 1st, this is way after school districts are already approved their calendar for the year, that they came in and said 175 days would cover it too. So we just kept everything intact as it had been approved, but wanted to put this option in front of our community to see if they actually wanted to have this as an option, since the state is allowing us to not only have those days, but also have additional funding for summer school. Then in addition to that, the instructional requirement, we needed to have a teacher meeting to go over all the certification requirements, make sure that we have instruction on those days. And so again, our summer programming, we work very closely with the CNI department to make sure that all of those components are intact when we start summer program, when we end, and what we're going to be embedding there as instructional support for our students into the summer months. So the design team consisted of principals, directors, teacher leaders. We had counselors, central office staff. We had magnet teachers. We also had our office come in. We have a variety of departments that are part of the Learning Support Services Department, which is like testing, all of those components, additional support or supplemental programs. We had them also available to answer any questions. But mainly we wanted to hear from our teachers and our campus administrators on how they would feel a calendar should be designed with all these components merged into one. And so they were actually able to collaborate, and we facilitated the conversation, and they had some really, really great conversation, you know, thinking about all the moving pieces when running a campus, and then looking at less days or more days and how that would impact every single staff member, but primarily what would be the best for students and staff come next year. After that, we had the tabletop review with DEIC, and then again, we came in to facilitate those conversations. CNI was also there to be able to participate, and they collaborated with us in us being able to present any kind of information to facilitate also their vote and how they wanted to move forward as well. The faculty meetings and the voting process was something that we were adamant about, making sure that our principals were able to present this information to their staff, and being able to also secure the information so that way everybody on their staff actually received the opportunity to submit their vote. And in one of the cases that we did find that some staff members were not actually receiving their link, we were able to find out that some of those emails went to their junk mail, or they were not able to locate that. And so we actually had our research and planning department, which that is the name of the department, it just came to me, sorry. The research and planning department was actually able to individually send those particular emails to those staff members who had not received the opportunity or had let us know that they did not receive the link. So that was in essence the reason why, was for us to be able to capture this information right here. And so when we were looking at previously, we would give you one vote for a campus, and that was something that the principal would garner himself or herself, and then they would be able to provide that information to us. But as far as actually the specifics behind who was submitting what vote, we were able to actually gather that amount. We actually gathered 2,696 votes. And you see there from the different positions and the number of staff members that voted. And then we also asked, based on the information, on the informational video, what calendar do you think would be the most instructionally sound? And we had 1,664 staff members from across the district vote for the 175-day calendar as well. So our calendar options for A and B, we wanted to be able to provide you a balanced fall and spring semester. And so the first day of school, so we highlighted the difference there. We wanted to give you a side-by-side as well to be able to see that the differences were not as monumental, but they were primarily in that first day of school. So the start day for the 175 would be August 17th, whereas the start day for the 180 would actually be on August 10th. And the earlier we start the year, the earlier our teachers come back for those early days. And then our new teacher orientation starts even earlier than that. So it pushes a lot of those dates to the end of the July, very, very early August timeframe. Whereas with the 175 days, we can actually wait until that August start time to be able to get teachers back, new teacher orientation, staff development, and then actually have the kids start with us as well. We also wanted to adhere with those staff holidays and making sure that we were adhering to the at least once a month opportunities that we were going to be able to provide. And then also ending that with a day off. It looks like we were at 91, instructional days 81 in our fall semester on our 175, with instructional days semester 1, we're looking at 86. And so ultimately we're missing that for the teacher days, just one off, because they actually had more time embedded to the beginning or the start of that year. And so going into the spring, we have January through May, and of course the last day of school being super important for our families and making sure that we capture that information. And so the last day of school would actually be that May 27th, and looking into that Thursday, again, we are looking at graduation days, we're looking at end of semester days, and then again ending instruction right around the time frame that we have in May. We have state testing, we have AP testing, we have all those components there that we also have to keep in mind. And so when developing these two, we wanted to make sure that, again, they were just as balanced, whether it was a 175 or the 180. So our calendar differences, option A is a 175-day calendar with that teacher development day or teacher professional development work days from the 6th through the 14th, having our first day of school on the 17th, and then us being able to have a district-led staff development on that October 9th. Then including our teacher choice, making sure that we also included the staff and student holiday in November. And then again with our December 21st going all the way through January 1st, with January 4th being a student holiday staff development, because our teachers had voiced throughout the years that they wanted to have at least a mid-year day where they can go back and look at specific data points and adjust instruction for the upcoming semester. Whereas in option B, again, going through the rundown, August 3rd August 7th being the teacher professional development work days, with our August 10th being the first day of school, October 9th being a student holiday teacher work day, with our holiday for student and staff being November 23rd through the 27th, and then December 21st through January 4th would be the student and staff holiday. Again, the difference being the 12 teacher choice hours on the 175-day calendar, whereas the 180-day would have a 6 hours of teacher choice. And so tonight we bring you, based on the information that we have gathered from not only our design committee, from our district votes, for the DEIC vote as well, our recommendation tonight is option A, 175-day calendar. Again, with that August 6th through the 14th being at the very beginning of the year, having those additional days embedded as part of those work days for teachers, and then going all through with that additional staff development day, January 4th, which is mid-year, and then having that end time and adhering to the beginning of the year being a little bit later, with the end time being when it needs to be for our community, and making sure that we also embedded those days off throughout the entire year. Are there any questions?
Thank you for the presentation. Before we go into questions, Mr. Jarrett, Dr. Micah, anybody have anything else they want to add? Okay.
So a couple things one is, with the 175, it's something, and I spoke to Ms. Hurd prior to it, just so you know. Ms. Hurd and I go way back, right? One of the things that I had some heartburn over, it is the hourly folks. I mean, look, it does. Every time we do these calendars, I've looked at the data. I mean, I think it's 46% of hourly folks voted for it, right? But again, I'm not sure sometimes that people are putting A and B together and realizing what it all means. Because look, a teacher is going to work 187 days, period. That's their contract. Doesn't matter. And so a couple of things I want to let you guys kind of know is, what I think you all should be asking yourself as a board is like, gee, why did TEA expand? Or better yet, it's not even the agency, it's kind of the ledge. Why did they expand ADSE to 6.8? Like, right? And then why did they lower it from 180 to 175? And my question is what are we supposed to learn from those moves? My learning from it is they believe our kids need to be in school. They also believe, and I've had discussions with the agency around that 180 and kind of how sometimes it actually, like when it comes to snow days and things, it actually a lot of districts could with minutes waive a day, and we couldn't in a 180, and I'm like, that actually de-incentivizes me from doing it, because if I have such a little flexibility, well now, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Jarrett, but the 175 also builds in some days that you can ask for a waiver, correct?
It does. That is correct. However, you would need to add additional minutes if you have bad weather days.
Right.
But you can apply for bad weather days with the 175 now.
And so what they're telling you is kids need to be in school, because what you see across the state, you see districts going to a 4-day week. Look, folks, I'm just going to tell you that all the data I'm seeing is that doesn't work for kids. All right, it's not getting good results. And even so much, like I've had discussions with folks up there about, we're still on this calendar, and y'all, this got established from farming. None of us do it anymore, right? So there's going to be, and I predict still a lot of energy in the coming sessions around the calendar, because the agency's now even starting to push a 200-day calendar. All right? To talk about, and again, what they're looking at is how kids are performing pre-COVID and after COVID, and are those gaps closing, and what is, right? So there's going to be some more discussion on it. But back to the hourly folks, won't be here, but what we talked about is, and I know that they're going to follow through with it, is looking at one of the things, and Ms. Hurd and I used to talk about this with faculty meetings. Like, she's like, I'm hourly, I can't even attend. How do I ever know these things? Is what we talked about is through the budget study session, having a discussion about what would it actually cost to give them some extra days and be professional development. Stuff that we never get to do with them, that we could come in and teach them all sorts of different things, and then pay them to do it to offset some of this. All right? So that is in the works. I just want you all to know, should you do that? And again, because I think it's a great opportunity for the district to get these folks who, it's a real struggle being hourly, to get them in a room and be able to give them some information that I think they need. So it's good for them, it's good for us, because that's a way for us to do it. And then we offset some of these types of things. Because again, to a teacher, or for me, or any of these folks, anybody on it, 175, contract days are contract days, but to paras it's not. To bus drivers it's not. To all of these other folks in the system, it's not. And so I think that's an opportunity for the district to do some different things and do right by those folks, should you approve a 175. And you are number one, Ms. Hurd.
Thank you, Dr. Micah. Ms. Landry, you have some questions?
Yes. Thank you for the presentation. Very well done. You mentioned, as you were talking about the survey participants, you kept saying the community. When you say that, you mean the teaching community, right? The actual parents and...
Yes, so we send out a survey to everyone in the community, parents, family, students. We have a number of participants who chime in and say, this is my ideal calendar, before we even design it. So in order for us to be able to find that balance, when we do bring in the committees to design the calendar, we present them, this is what the community is saying. Community being parents, families, neighborhood, business owners, everybody who wants to be able to submit, this is how they submit, this is what they said. In addition to our requirements. So now we got to blend the two. We have to have this, but how can we also appease our community with what they're requesting? Now, again, you can't make everybody happy. We've found that year after year, we're trying to continuously improve the process, but we ultimately want to provide the most transparency to say, this is why we put these dates in this place. This is why we started at this time of the year, and this is why we're ending at this time of the year. This is why we're putting in these monthly days, because it wasn't only our staff who were saying, for example, I want a day off at least once a month to be able to look at my data or to be able to just decompress, especially when they call Shocktober, which is an October time. Our families were saying sometimes we want to have a 3-day weekend. Sometimes we want to be able to take that long weekend, and we all can plan it now because we know it's in the calendar for this particular day. That Friday or that Monday is going to be off for us. Let's plan that. So regardless of the situation of where, what our community is saying, we want to make sure that we honor that, because it's our students and our families who are receiving what we plan throughout the entire year. So we grab that, and then we connect it to the requirements, and then we give it to our design, who are those people who are at the campus level, to put together.
Okay, thank you. I know in previous years when we did the survey, we actually had it broken out into families of high school, middle school, and elementary. And if I remember correctly, and maybe it's been 2 years, maybe 3, the elementary student families wanted the longer year, and then the high school student families wanted the shorter year. I'm assuming that's because if you're a working parent, it's harder to take off and have the accommodations for your child. And when you have more days, that's fewer days that you have to accommodate. Did we have any insight?
I'm glad that you asked that, because actually a couple years ago we had extended school year as an option for some of our families at some of our campuses to be able to say, if you would like a longer school year, this is probably the best option for you. That was outside of Castle Hills. And so it was a couple years ago when we had 3 campuses, I believe, that were on extended school year, to give our families that opportunity to say, if this is what we are hearing our community say that they would like to have, how can we embed that as an appropriate instructional calendar? And we did for, I believe it was 3 years. And then we ended up shifting back because that was probably one of the biggest heartaches that they had was, I have a middle schooler who starts and ends here, and then I have an elementary schooler who is going a little bit longer. And so we started to see that there were a lot more families that were wanting to opt out of a longer calendar and actually go back to the traditional calendar that all their kids, whether they had an elementary, middle, and high school all at the same time, they were all starting and ending at the same time.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Chigi?
Were there assistants on the calendar design team?
On the instructional assistance side, I believe that we had teacher and we had teacher leaders, but we did not have instructional assistants. No, we did not.
Okay.
And again, Ms. Chigi, that's that hourly piece, you see? Because if it's after hours, then you got to pay them overtime. These are some of the challenges with it, right?
Okay. So I want to say thank you. I know this process is long and hard, and you're right, you can't make everybody happy. I feel like if the people voted for it, you have to honor that. But I also am concerned about the assistants. So I'm hearing you say, and I think assistants need the staff development. They're put in many situations where that staff development would really benefit everybody involved. So you're telling me that that's doable.
Yeah. So
You're telling us that it's
yeah.
doable.
What I'm telling you is in budget study session, you will get a presentation about what that would cost you as a district so that you can make an informed choice. But again, I think sometimes the climb's worth the view.
We're paying them for those days now. Is that correct?
Well, we pay them based on days that they're needed at a campus. So so a teacher gets 187, a para doesn't. So they're given less days.
So how many
because
days
during
do we
instruction.
have this year?
So we're on 180. So
So it's kind of varies. Susie's already been pulling the data for each position on a para side and how many extra days. So some have 3 extra days, some have 2 beyond their 180. So they may be 182 to 183, but it just depends on what contract they're on and what job they have. But she has already pulled that information so that way we can start doing the research now.
But I just heard you say 182 or 183 that we're paying them for now, and we would go down to 175.
I'm sorry.
No.
Is that wrong?
Go ahead.
They have 2 extra days on top of their contractual time. So if we do a
so
175, then they will be
177.
177. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I understand that, but
Do you say?
we're already paying them right now for 5 more days than we would pay them for next year. So it's not like we're adding to our budget. It'd be consistent with this year's budget.
Yeah, again, Susie, I'm looking at her. She's shaking her head. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's what I think. You just need to see the piece to it, right? But again, I think in budget study that becomes the question, Ms. Chigi, about hey, here's what that is to add a few extra days, because then moving forward, maybe you don't need that anymore. You can just say we already know what that's going to cost us, and that's what it is. But not all pairs are equal. I think is the best way to describe it, right?
That.
Some are got different things, but again, we need to take care of those folks. I mean,
exactly.
We just do.
Okay, thank you for that.
Mr. Jarrett or Ms. Munoz, can you talk to me about you mentioned on the 175-day calendar, weather makeup for minutes? What would that look like in our situation if we had to make up some minutes?
So we're looking at the opportunity for us to be able to capture, for sure, the way the calendar is built, because the state will give you the 75/6, but they're not going to tell you how long your day should actually be. So that is within the district's authority.
Right. So I'm going to stop you right there. So 75,600 minutes is mandated by
Correct.
law.
Correct.
Okay, so we have to meet that. Then we can do the 175.
Absolutely. And so once that is determined, then we also have to be able to build in those bad weather days to be able to ensure that if there is any kind of catastrophic weather or anything like that, that we have enough minutes to be able to say, we have these 2 days that are built into our calendar and we're okay. After that point is when the waiver comes in that Mr. Jarrett just talked about. The waiver comes in, we're able to submit that information to you and saying this is why we're requesting to have those additional days built in. Previously, like Dr. Mike had just talked about, the parameters around submitting a waiver were very stringent. Now with 175, they are giving us the opportunity to go up to 5 days. And so before that, we didn't have that opportunity unless we were at 180. And now with 175, we actually have that opportunity. The TEA would actually say, well, how many days do you need? We're going to give you an automatic 5. How many do you need? Well, when there's a pandemic or there's catastrophic weather or there's health situations, then we can definitely say we have at least those 5. If there is additional minutes that are needed, we could also go into the opportunity of adding an extra 5 minutes. And talking to transportation, we wanted to make sure that all levels were going to be able to fulfill that again, 75.6, but then in addition to that, having some additional banked minutes if in case we needed to pull from that as well so that our staff and our students didn't have to come back to make anything up. That would be ideal. And so we would look at worst case scenario, adding an extra 5 minutes to each level, elementary, middle, and high school. And that I think, Bill, you talked to Celeste about that being an opportunity for us to be able to continue our transportation routes without anything impeding those routes at all.
Thanks. Yeah, and then we don't run into a situation where everybody has to come back and is really mad
Correct.
after graduation.
That's the goal. We're in a savings account and we're saving those minutes.
Another question I have, with the hourly employees we have, what percentage of our staff does that make up approximately?
So we actually have the total votes that I received for the, I'm sorry.
No.
District-wise.
So, Shyla, do you happen to know that? How hourly folks, I mean, I guess I'm going to ask this, like campus-based hourly folks?
The ones we're talking about being impacted by,
Okay.
by this particular decision.
So, Shyla, do you have do you have a
I don't have an exact, but as far as those that would be impacted, I would say approximately maybe 400 of them. We're talking about SPED instructional assistants, instructional assistants. Those are our primary incumbents that would be impacted.
And then
And transportation,
yep.
we have them, so that's the
Yep.
400 for the campus. Then with transportation, I mean, they have alone over 400 bus drivers. 330, so approximately that. And then we have food service, 600, and then Ken assistants,
Fine.
187.
Okay. It gives me an idea.
That was the 330 included bus assistants and bus drivers.
Okay.
So that doesn't include some of our clerical staff at the campuses. They would not be impacted.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Did I catch all the right numbers?
Questions, comments?
So are we saying, just, I don't want to make a mistake here because this is very important to a lot of people. Are we saying that, I know the paraprofessionals, you're saying that we can pull them in for, added time but what about the bus drivers, the food service?
So we've talked to Bill as well. That's a great time for them to come in and do training as well.
Okay.
So it's really looking at that large group. Again, Susie's pulling data, but if this were to be approved, then the work's going to begin about how many people is this impacting? And then she can use that pull salary data to then tell you all, here's what those 2 extra days or 3 extra days are. And then, because I can tell you Mr. Harrison would love a couple of days with his bus drivers without driving routes to give them some training that's hard to put in. Same as campus safety specialists, because they're hourly. Well, Mr. Line would love a couple of extra days because again, he trains them, but we don't like to pull them off of during campus hours because then we leave the campus unsafe. So now he's got some extra days built in there so these are that piece that we've got to figure it all out, and then we can start making a plan. But nobody that I've spoken to anyway, has told me, like, hey, I don't want them. They're all like, yeah, we'd love a couple of days uninterrupted where we can work with them. We just got to figure out now what's the price tag. Remember, food service is a different fund, so that's not your general fund. That's funded a different way. I don't know what
But
Ms.
with the
Glossen's
calendar-
plans are, but we'll talk with Ms. Glossen as well.
The
I'm sure she
calendar
wants to take care of her folks in it, so.
The calendar would still affect those individuals if we went to 175 days, regardless of which budget they come out of, right?
Right, but I'm just telling you, I just want to keep those two separate. That's all. I just want to say, yes, it's still impacting them, but that's a different funding source than this funding source. So you got to always remember, it's why when Susie gives you the budget study session, right? There's the general fund, and then there's school nutrition over here. Both are being impacted, but two separate funds. So when you're getting numbers, all I'm saying is, when you get this number about regular folks at the campuses and bus drivers, that's the general fund. And then you're going to have to get a report from the other side of the house with the other monies. Does that make sense? So don't think they're together, is I guess my point.
They're not together, but we can still pull in the nutrition side of it?
Right, that's what I'm saying. We've got to give you two separate numbers. We have to tell you this is on the child nutrition, because remember, they're self-funded, right? So it's all going to become about her budget and her salary and all of that. And then there's the general fund where that's the other component of it. All right, make sense?
Yes, but I think the question we all want to make sure is answered is for, regardless of which budget, there's opportunities that don't exist today for any of those employees to have additional hours to do training or whatever, whether they're food service or
well, I
bus
don't know what
assistants.
Ms. Glossen's fund can handle. I haven't had that discussion with her. Full transparency. So we would have to take a look between her fund and with Susie to see, is that attainable? Can we afford it based on what they're bringing in? So I don't know that answer tonight. That is, I don't know. We would have to take a look at that. That's why I want to make sure, because, thank you, Ms. Lackhorn. If you want to say something, you're always welcome to come on up. But she said, I'm going to guess that because it'll be less days, we're losing revenue. Is that what that means? Okay, I'm decoding what your text is. Because it's less days, she's going to decline in some revenue because that's a few less days that we're serving meals.
That was a major one that I was going to ask, and I was hoping somebody else would ask it, because I'm always the one that asks this. How much are we losing by going from 180 to 175? I'm asking you, Susie, you're in the back, you're trying to hide, I can see you.
See, Susie, you can't answer that one in a text.
Ms. Glosson has the number for food service. It's about $1 million for 5 days of revenue. So she'll lose, with 5 days fewer service days, the food service fund will lose about $1 million, and so in revenue. So we'll have to crunch that to look at it to see how that impacts her overall and where she's at. The general fund itself shouldn't lose any revenue due to the change in the calendar. And that's your impact on that side. It's me.
5 less teaching days, we don't lose any money for that?
We are funded based off of average daily attendance for our calendar year. And so whether your calendar is 175 or 180, we could, depending on how many ADSE days, but the reality is
for our normal school year, it's based off of whatever your calendar is, not necessarily.
So remember, the way you garnered extra money in your 180 wasn't the extra 5 days. It was the qualifying you to now count 30 partial days for K-5 outside of it. So you drew down half-day ADA. What they've done is expanded ADSI now. Well, 180 is now the new one. 175 is the new 180, is how I look at it. So they moved the 180 down to 175, and they've expanded it now from K5 to K8. So when you run your summer schools and that at elementary and middle school, up to 30 days, you can draw down half-day ADA for any student who attends outside of that 175. So that's how you draw down the extra money. As long as you're going to school 75,600 minutes, you're going to get funded.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? You're not losing it. You'll just gain extra by becoming ADSI and getting those 30 extra half. Yep. It helps you pay for summer school and the extra programming things.
And last year when you were making this decision, the law was 180. And so now the law has changed this summer. And so now the law is 175 for ADSI.
And just remember, I know that you're talking about opportunities, but also those ADSI days, people who are hourly and things like that can go to work and make more money during that time as well, if they choose to. Because we're still going to run buses. We're still going to do some of those other things, right? So they can make some money in there as well.
Any other questions? All right. Do I have a motion to approve the 175-day calendar as presented to us?
So moved.
Thank you, Mrs. Villarreal. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Cox. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you all for the work on that. I know that one's not easy.
Thank
you. Item 2, possible action regarding 2025-2026 campus and classroom library titles approval, submission 1. Mr. Jarrett.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I would like to ask Dr. Munoz to come forward again for this agenda item.
Good evening. So tonight we're bringing you our first round of our campus and classroom library title list review process. I have my lovely director here, Christina Reyna, who presented to you all back in August about all the information that this was going to entail. There was some pretty significant planning that had to take place, especially since there isn't really a model for this type of process. So we had to basically create this from scratch, which we're very proud of what we did. We also have our CNI folks who are here in the audience as well, who have helped facilitate this throughout the entire process. So it's been a great journey going through this, and I think that we've learned a lot throughout this process. And so hopefully by the end of this presentation, you'll be able to see everything that went into it, and then the information that we were actually able to gather from our community. So as I had mentioned to y'all before, in August, we talked about the process and the timeline. So in September and October, we provided virtual hours in collaboration with CNI to be able to explain to our principals and our campus leadership staff, our lead teachers, about Senate Bill 13, House Bill 900, cataloging titles and curating a list for review. In October, we were able to then have campus and classroom title lists posted on our NEISD Transparencies and Library page. Again, with the help of communications, we were able to push that out, and that was actually something that was part of our homepage, and it was part of the slider deck, so that way families knew. We also had an AI review by the company Bookmarked. We just needed to make the note that no books were removed as a result of that review, but that was also done in addition to be able to facilitate the amount of titles that we had to review. Community feedback, that was actually shared with DLAC. We were receiving that throughout the month of October and November. And then we were able to then, after that, we were able to then create book resumes, and those book resumes were created for the titles that received the community feedback. When we had our DLAC meetings with our members, we were actually able to go over that. And we actually were able to go page by page in some instances with those particular titles that we had received feedback from. Then we also went back and shared the CLAC and DLAC application with our campus librarians early on in the year. This is something that we traditionally do when we started this entire process and maintained the process. We actually gave them the opportunity to be able to pull from maybe open house or meet the teacher to provide community members the opportunity to participate in the campus library advisory committee as well. We needed to have the DLAC or district library advisory committee selected first before allowing for the CLAC to actually take place, because we did not want members to be tugged to be part of both committees. Then in October, the DLAC applicants, we had the information shared with board members. Our board members, you, were asked to select at least 2 DLAC representatives. Then November 11th and 13th, we had virtual training sessions for our DLAC members, which were really, really, really great. We had our members show up. They were learning about this entire process for the very first time. They had heard that there was legislation. They had heard that there was law. They had heard that there were parameters being placed, but they really didn't understand the magnitude of that and how it was going to impact any kind of either approval to pay for some titles or to be able to approve books to land on the shelf. So they had really, really great questions, learned a lot, and then we gave them all the information along with a video of that training so they could further understand and rewatch it. If they forgot, wait, what was this about? We wanted to make sure that they had that open communication constantly available to them. And then in addition, Library Services led 2 DLAC virtual meetings. We had initially wanted to have them scheduled right after break for that Tuesday, and there were lots of families that were either still not able to, members that were not able to commit to that Tuesday. Some were. We just didn't want to have anything to chance, and if we were going to be taking time away from any of our members, because it is strictly voluntary, we wanted to make sure that we had as many people participate, so we actually moved that to December 4th, and we moved from in-person to virtual. And their response was great because of the fact that they wanted to be able to say, I have my kids are in the living room right now. I can put my little earphone on, which some of them did, and I can hear what you guys are saying, and I can participate as a committee member and still learn what I'm supposed to do without having to leave my home. So we felt it was a really great opportunity. We asked the committee members ahead of time, and they said, please, 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 that would be great. So we actually had 2. We had a lunch hour, a lunch and learn, if you will, and then we had one in the evening as well. And some committee members, which we were super proud about, actually attended both sessions because they said, well, I learned this once. I'm coming here again. I'm not quite ready to say my vote. I want to hear it all over again. And so I was extremely proud of one particular committee member who was actually give a synopsis of what happened at noon. And she was actually able to present to our own committee, which was really, really impactful. It was great. So our campus library title list, we had all of our campus librarians submit new titles for purchase by October 17th. Our director of library services reviewed all the titles. The number of titles that they actually submitted for board review was over 4,000 titles. And our office received 17 community feedback submissions, which we'll go over in a little bit, for both campus and classroom library title lists. For classroom library title lists, again, the submission date was the same. Assistant directors for elementary and secondary ELAR reviewed titles, English language arts, reviewed titles for compliance with House Bill 900 and grade level appropriateness. And we had the specific numbers there with over 8,000 titles submitted for elementary, 16 titles for middle school, and 1,665 for high school. So this one's a little long, but a lot of important information came from this community feedback information session. So one of the things that we wanted to do is to adhere to the law of the 30-day posting. So with the help of the communications office, we were actually able to expedite the review, so much so that when a community member went in to actually provide feedback, they were able to actually click on the title that they wanted to provide feedback for and then give feedback directly to that title, which was really, really great. And they turned this around in a matter of, I think, maybe a couple of days. So it was incredible what they did. Then as after that, We were able to make sure that it was constantly on our slider, that we had that for the 30-day posting. And then we also sent librarians reminders to let their community know, because sometimes if they hear something from district office, it may be ignored, but when they hear it from Bradley Middle School, oh my goodness, they need to. So we wanted to ensure that that piece of that communication was not left out. So not only did campus librarians receive the information, so did teachers, to be able to promote, hey, we have our lists, they're live. Please make sure that you submit your feedback. And then we also went in through Blackboard and we sent 2 email reminders to the community in November 12th and the 20th saying, we would really appreciate your feedback. Please take a look at our lists. We want to make sure that through the Blackboard link that they were able to access our webpage and all of that. And then we were given the feedback once we were able to receive that through Google Form. We had it available in English and Spanish for any titles that they had concerns about. So we had 3 titles that received negative feedback. We had 2 titles that received positive feedback. We were really happy that all the other feedback, as I had mentioned before, was actually a reflection on the support for librarians, for literacy, for access, and our district process. So that was really, really valuable for us. I just wanted to put that up there. And then our DLAC members who were unable to attend were also able to share feedback via email to our Director of Library Services. We compiled all of that information and provided that to our DLAC as well. So in preparation for this, we had to ensure our library services department was going to be able to provide those training materials. We, like I said, submitted the video to them, gave them the presentation, gave them the title lists, and then we also compiled the sample book resumes so that they could understand exactly what they were looking at. Then they were going to receive the community feedback, the book resumes for those titles that received the feedback, and then we also had our review checklist that was given to them so they could go step by step through the entire process as they were reviewing. Because that was also a learning curve for some of our members saying, well, what does this all entail? Well, you have to look at this. These are some resources, these are some items, and these are your lists. Like I said, we had mentioned those 2 times, and then we also were able to have members from our CNI office and librarians from both elementary, from all 3 levels, elementary, middle, and high. They actually served as non-voting members who were there primarily to give expertise on either content or librarianship, so that way they were able to answer any questions to the committee if they had any while we were going through this entire process. So going through, as a recap, we reviewed our board goals during our presentation. We reviewed our policy. We reviewed all of the legislative guidance. And then we also looked at the importance of having that confidentiality and impartiality statements so that way they fully understood their role and responsibility as a member. We were also able to provide the committee the opportunity to preview the books, or if we had them on hand, and review the checklist that included the definitions, because we wanted to keep bringing those back as to this is what legislation has told us, this is what's not allowed. Is there any aspect of this or that in any of our titles? And so they were able to clearly see that through those definitions. And then we also had a DLAC chair who volunteered her time and her service, so it was really, really great to see. And then I believe we had, like I said, a couple of those members from the initial meeting come in again just to hear the information twice. We were also able to have our book pages and book resumes for titles and given to them for those that received the feedback. And then we also facilitated the dialogue. So there was conversation that was going on. It was absolutely fantastic to hear everybody's point of view, to be able to understand what everybody's perspective was. And then they themselves began guiding the conversation to this is what the state is saying is allowed and not allowed. And so they were actually helping each other navigate through some of the points of maybe the disagreement or what have you, but it was all great, and it was a learning process for everyone. So our voting process actually for campus libraries included these 3 bullets here, and the ones for classroom libraries are a little bit different, so I'm just going to go ahead and read these out loud. So our members were able to actually cast a vote through Google Form saying, yes, I recommend all the titles on the campus library title list, including all associated ISBNs, which is another piece of the training. And if you notice just down there at the bottom, what does it mean? Associated ISBNs includes all ISBNs with the exact copies of the title in a different format or binding. So if you're looking at hardcover, paperback, library bound, audiobook, ebook, that is all the associated ISBNs, same story, same title, same author, but in different formats. Anything that relate translations or graphic adaptations, annotated editions, those are all things that we're going to have to come and bring them back to you because they may be slightly different. They're going to have to go through the review process. And so when looking at that first bullet, yes, I recommend that all titles be approved. Yes, I recommend, this is the second bullet, that all titles on the campus library title list, including all associated ISBNs for district acquisition, be approved with the exception of. So we wanted to give our committee members, based on the feedback from our community, the opportunity to say, I want to approve all of them with the exception of this particular title. So that was, or titles, depending. And then we also gave them the opportunity to say, no, I do not approve any of these titles on the campus library title lists. And again, with the idea that for campus libraries, that is providing titles and books for all students on the campus. These were some of the things that they had to keep in mind when approving these titles and these lists. Now, going into classroom libraries, it had to be a little different because some of these titles actually at one point existed on the library shelves, but may not have classroom library shelves, but may not have existed on the campus library shelf side, if that makes sense. So if a teacher had a book, like I love The Count of Monte Cristo, it may not be available because it had low circulation at the high school library, but I always provided it in my classroom for my kids to read because I thought the imagery was great and they have to understand this, right? So in looking at the three options there, yes, I recommend all titles on the classroom library title list be made available to students at the designated grade levels for self-selected reading is the first option. The second option is yes, I recommend all titles on the classroom library title list be made available to students at the designated grade levels, like we said, with the exception, very similar to the last one, of the following titles. And no, I do not approve of any of the titles on the classroom library titles list. And so our results came in. And so for campus library title list, we had yes to all titles. We had 9 individuals vote. And then we had one particular person who said yes to all titles with the exception of and listed the title of that particular book. Classroom library titles, same thing. Yes to all titles. And then for 9, we had 9 of our members vote. And then yes to all titles with the exception of that one particular member voted for that. But again, we have to always keep in mind that parents have the right to opt out of any title in campus or classroom libraries, either way. So even if you as the board approve the titles that have been placed in front of you, then you're able to see, based on the feedback, based on DLAC voting, based on the review process that they underwent, if you would decide to approve these, the parent still has the ultimate authority of allowing for their child to be able to have access to any title, whether it's on campus library side or the classroom library side. And so based on the majority vote, the DLAC committee recommended that the board approve the proposed campus library title list in its entirety, including all associated ISBNs for district acquisition. And based on majority vote, the DLAC recommends that the board approve the proposed classroom library title list in its entirety to be made available to students at the designated grade levels for self-selected reading. And we do have a signed copy of our DLAC chair, along with our director who signed that final form of our recommendation, or their recommendation, not mine. So here is now the board approval options. So again, we're looking at the campus library side versus the classroom library side, and I have those listed there. And ultimately, your decision would make those titles that are currently on our list available for our students, both in the classroom side and the campus library side. And that's it. But I will go back to this slide.
Thank you for the thorough explanation of the process. Ms. Landry, you have questions?
I do.
Yes.
So on the classroom library side, when we say make the titles available, does that mean the titles will be purchased for each and every school to be made available for the classrooms?
So every, just like when we started this process years ago through our campus library, we wanted our libraries to represent our community, our students. And so we wanted to ensure that process was left intact. So the campus library at one particular campus may look slightly different than at another campus, and we wanted to give those librarians the autonomy to be able to provide that. That is also very similar to the classroom. So I as a teacher, you as a teacher, we may teach the same subject, but you provide different titles than I do based on things that you're teaching that would be helpful, self-selected reading titles. You may want to try this particular title. I already have those in my classroom, so do you, but they're all connected into this one list for classroom library titles, and therefore it would make them available for your students and my students. Again, with the idea that we want to continue to give the parent the authority to be able to opt their child out of any titles that are available. And so, for example, we have, since I oversee CTE, we have a lot of our CTE teachers who have dozens of books that are there for self-selected reading. They're providing their parents a list of, these are the titles that I have available. Please let me know if you have any issues with any of these titles, and if not, then the students can go in and self-select for that sustained silent reading after a test, or they want to borrow it for their weekend. We would make those available.
Okay, so not necessarily every book on the list is available at every campus?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
No. Okay, before I vote on anything, I just needed to make sure that some of the iffy books, or actually all of those books that were controversial, were already removed from this list before you presented it to the DLAC committee. So we haven't inadvertently inserted some of the books that we know are bad, for our kids. So are you, are we guaranteed that those books did not make it onto this list?
So we can speak from the campus library side. CNI is also here to be able to provide from the classroom library side. But from the campus library side, we've been in this business, if you will, for a couple of years now. And so we've pretty much created a pretty solid vetting process to be able to submit for purchase. And again, it's also been something that has had its growing pains as well. Some of the titles that we have had to look at or review, those are things that Christina does consistently throughout, sends notifications out probably on a regular basis. This title is under review. We want to make sure that you are aware. But yes, from the campus library side, I can speak to that. I don't know if anyone from the classroom library side would like to speak to.
Yeah, while she's coming up, I'll kind of jump in there about classroom libraries. So this is the first, I'll call it an adventure that we've taken with classroom libraries. And the one thing I want to point out is our teachers are not library scientists. So our librarians worked closely with our teachers, but we also know that over almost 10,000 books is a pretty tall task, which is why we partnered with the Bookmark company, mainly because as we're going through that vetting process, we wanted one more assurance to basically tell us, is there another book of concern that maybe we need to look at a little closer? When those books were teased out, then at that point, those folks looked at those books, verified that it was age appropriate, that it didn't break any rules, and if those books didn't do any of that, they were recommended. So with our classroom libraries, we kind of have to take two approaches. The teacher working collaboratively with the librarian, our CNI folks. Now, again, we don't have an army. We have a few people going through it. And then we leveraged Bookmark to kind of give us an idea to try to synthesize that list to make it more doable for the task that's at hand. So I just wanted to clarify our process is a journey that we're continuing to learn from, but we felt like everyone did their due diligence to deliver the best resources and align to the law the best possible.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Cox, do you have a question?
Yeah, just a quick question, just so that I understand. So in terms regarding the classroom library, do all the books in the classroom library have to be also in the library and be approved by the library? Or is the classroom library presented to parents as a list, and then parents can choose to opt out for certain books in the library?
We completely separated those two, to Dr. Muñoz's point, partially because some of the library books get weeded solely for this purpose of poor circulation, but is high circulation in the classroom. And so we use those as two different approval processes for that very reason. So it does, because it's not in the school library, doesn't mean it's not in the classroom.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you. That's what I thought.
Any other questions? Do I have to do this in two things, two motions? All right, well, do I have a motion to approve all campus library titles on the campus library list, including all associate ISBNs for district acquisition?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Landry. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 6-0. Do I have a motion to approve all titles on the classroom library list be made available to students at the designated grade levels for self-selected reading?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Chidgey. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 6-0. I want to thank
Thank you.
everybody involved with this
Yes.
process.
It has been an adventure
including
for sure.
the people that we've asked to volunteer from our
Absolutely.
side to go through that with you all. But I know it's a lot of work, a lot of hours, and we're all getting used to this process. So thank you all very much.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I do have a question.
Yes,
It's
ma'am.
not about the presentation. It's about the committee. And we get a pretty good list of our SHAC people and whether they are in attendance and so forth, so that we can, make sure that we have people that are doing what they signed up for. Do we have a way, or will we have a way of knowing if our DLAC people came? Because there were only 9 votes. so-
Absolutely, yes, and we can share that with you. And
10
even
votes, I'm sorry.
Even then, we
Yeah.
still gave those who could not attend the opportunity to still give us their feedback, and we also gave them the link to the recording so they knew what the conversation was. And so most definitely, we can definitely give you guys that information so you know if your representatives were there in attendance. There is one more that's coming up in the spring, because that's our second round. That's why this is part 1. And the next semester it'll be part 2. But yes, we could definitely let you know who's in attendance, if they're adhering to all of the things that are tied to this
It
adventure.
sounds like
Absolutely.
you didn't have an attendance issue.
No, not at all. It was
Okay.
great. Yes, it was
Okay.
absolutely fantastic.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll move on to item C, business services. 1, possible action regarding plan of finance resolution. Mr. Villarreal.
Yes, Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Mike, executive staff, and guests. The resolution for you tonight to review is a commercial paper program that we want to institute. That allows us to use short-term financing for 1 to 9 months before we have to actually go out and sell bonds. Bonds have a higher interest rate, so using this commercial paper program will save us some interest.
That's always good to hear. What's the approximate value of that interest?
It's right now we probably can go out for commercial papers like 2 3/4. If we went out to sell a bond, it'd be like 4 3/4 to 5%, depending on the market.
Well, I guess I meant the dollar value that is
Oh,
saving
the
on
dollar
int-
value. I
that is
mean, it's
saving
hard.
on interest.
We'll put it to paper, pencil to paper, but it could be a couple of $100,000 if you think about it, because you're taking 200 basis points off of long-term debt. So if we were
Sure.
to sell debt tomorrow,
Yep.
bonds, it might be 4 3/4 as opposed to a 9-month program, which is 2 3/4. So,
Okay.
and it depends on how much money construction management needs and all the
Sure.
different
Sure.
players.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Villarreal on this? All right, seeing none, do I have a motion to approve the resolution as provided to us?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Landry. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Villarreal. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes 6-0. Item 2, possible action regarding resolution to reimburse capital expenditures with proceeds of future debt. Mr. Villarreal.
Yes, Mr. President, this will enable the district to lend, construction management and all the different players from general fund, and we will reimburse. It might take us some time to get the commercial paper program going, so in January, February, if there's some bills that we need to pay for, we would be able to use general fund monies and then reimburse the general fund when we go out and sell the bonds.
And for clarity, this is, and I know it was emailed to all of us, but this is in order for us to get things moving by this summer.
Yes, sir.
With some of these projects, because time is of the essence within a 5-year window.
Right, Mr. Byer. This is really going to focus a lot on your chillers and things like that I spoke about. There was R22. I often joke through those presentations, we can't go to the chiller store and buy one. This gets us in the cycle, gets us things. And again, a lot of the work, because Jorge and Miss Caldwell have really gone through, and all of those things are important, but they've made the most important are up at the top, and that's where this starts this summer, is starting that work. We don't want to miss a summer where we can't go in and start HVAC repairs, because the last thing that any of us want is a bond to have passed and we have broken chillers and we can't fix them when we had the ability to get it done.
The only question I had related to this was about the timing of being able to reimburse ourselves. We don't anticipate having to come back to us at some point for another version of this.
No, sir. Because we'll be using the commercial paper, so.
By that point.
Say we spend a few dollars in January, February, by the time we get the commercial paper program going, we'll be able to reimburse the district at that point.
All right. Anybody else have any questions? All right. Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve the resolution as presented to us?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Villarreal. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Landry. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 6-0. Consent, or D, consent. 1, instruction and campus administration. A, consideration and approval of contracts pursuant to HB 3372. B, approval of T-Test appraiser. 2, business services. Over 50,000 purchases. Item 3, operations. A, easement dedication of variable width permanent water easement to saws at Hero Stadium. 4, minutes from November 10th, November 13th, and November 17th, 2025. 5, end of consent. Do I have anybody wishing to pull an item for discussion? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve consent?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Chidgey. Do I have a second?
Second. Oh,
We'll go
Marcia.
Thank you, Ms. Landry. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 6-0. Item 13, reports. A, interim financial and management reports. B, awarded bid report. C, federal grants report. D, open records request report. Those were all provided to you. Does anybody have any questions about any of those? All right. Item 14, discussion and possible action regarding board members' requests for items to be placed on a future agenda and/or requests for reports from the administration. Do I have any trustees looking for future information? Yes, Ms. Villarreal.
Earlier this evening, one of our Tom Cummings talked about the paperwork issue. This is something that I've been, bringing to the board off and on because I've been very, very concerned about the amount of quote-unquote busy work that our teachers are subjected to. And I was just wondering if we made any inroads into helping to reduce the workload on our teachers. Is there anything that can be brought to us?
I guess before we launch into that, we can't necessarily have a discussion about it, but
I would like to, just get maybe somebody get a report or something.
I say, do you have I guess we need to be a little bit specific so that they would have direction on what it is you're looking for. And it could be a report. If it doesn't already exist, we'll have to vote on it and put it on an agenda or have them create the report. So just giving you a heads up.
Okay, well,
we've got to be able to craft this pretty specifically.
Okay, well, I would like to make a motion to have a discussion with possible action to maybe work through some of the paperwork issues, see if there's anything that can be eliminated that is causing our teachers a lot of distress. I don't know how else to put it. I just like to, if you guys have a better way to put it, I just would like to see that our teachers are not being continuously overwhelmed with busy work.
And if they have any ideas on how we can reduce paperwork, that our teachers are required to, that's not driven by the state, but, that maybe we are requiring.
Can I make a recommendation?
Absolutely.
Okay. So what I'm wondering is, and in the 3 minutes that Mr. Cummins has to talk to us, it's a little difficult to get into specifics about it. And I would be, maybe my recommendation would be to encourage you to schedule a meeting with him or somebody else or a group of people to find out specifically what it is that the issues are. So that then we can come to the table with a solution, because I would be hesitant to just have a presentation about paperwork, because I don't know what that means. And to have somebody try to put together a presentation, I don't know that it would meet what the people that have concerns about it address versus what you have to address. And so I think my opinion is we need some more guidance on what that actually is.
Okay, is it okay for me to reach out to, is that acceptable? Okay.
Well, may I
Or
may
Ms.
I make a
or
suggestion?
Dr. Micah might have a
Absolutely, please make a
suggestion.
suggestion.
Because what I was going to say, Ms. V, is, and I'm not against what Mr. Byer is saying, but I'm not sure that you would understand all the terms. So what I was going to say is, would you like to do it together, where the two of us meet?
Absolutely.
So that at least I can listen to it through that. You
And
can
know
be
what
there
they're
too.
saying.
Right.
Know
And then
what-
you and
yeah,
I can have
okay.
a cogent argument, or just, not an argument, but a discussion about it, right?
Or argument.
Sorry, no. Well, sometimes you and I do that. But
Yes,
that's
this
okay,
is true.
right?
Very true.
But I'm willing to do that. If Mr. Cummins was willing to meet with me, I don't know. He
are
told
you
me
willing?
tonight he didn't want to talk to me anymore. Something
Okay.
like that.
All right, okay, so do I need to
So-
remove my motion
You can
then?
withdraw your.
I'm withdrawing my motion, since Mr. Cummings is going to be so gracious as to meet with us.
And I think just in the sake of, being efficient with everyone's time to know exactly what it is
Yeah.
we need to
I
look at.
agree.
And if there's a policy we can impact
Mhm.
or a process we can impact, then I'm absolutely
I agree. I 100% agree.
good with that.
Very good recommendation. Thank you.
Any other requests? All right. No,
Oh, I was going to say what Diane said, so.
samesies.
Samesies.
All right, if nothing else, item 15, adjournment, and the time is 9:51 PM.